And Mayor, can we just wait for the flashing light?
Oh, we didn't get. Okay.
Mood lighting, I like it.
We will, I'll call to order a meeting of the Wilsonville City Council work session. And before we start, I just wanted to know if City Council has any comments on order of agenda. Okay. Any councilor concerns? We'll bring those up later. We will start with a presentation by Republic Services on the Recycling Modernization Act.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Cindy Rogers, and I am the Municipal Relationship Manager for Republic Services. And I'm joined here today, this evening, by Travis Comfort, our Municipal Contract Administrator. Our presentation this evening is a brief overview of the solid waste and recycling industry and the Recycling Modernization Act. I'll speak briefly to a few things that occurred over the last several years in our industry, and then I'll hand it over to Travis and he'll speak on the Recycling Modernization Act, also known as the RMA. So a couple of significant things occurred over the last several years that really shook up the recycling industry in the United States. One of those was China Sword in 2018. China Sword was a major disruption to the flow of recycled commodities to markets where buyers were interested in buying the material that would go to beneficial reuse. That disruption put supply and demand out of kilter and flooded the market and dropped the value of the commodities drastically. We continue to see the impacts of China Sword to this day. Another thing that we've seen is the growing trend of ESG commitments. Both companies and municipalities across the country have really upped their commitments in ESGs, and this is mostly driven by consumers, people like us all here. Not all news is bad. One thing that China Sword did and ESG commitments did was drive the industry to look for better ways to improve the quality of our recycled material through automation, innovation, and additional investments. Republic Services has continued to lead the way in these arenas. As I mentioned, China Sword disrupted the flow of the recycled materials to end markets. Thankfully, the industry was able to make some adjustments in converting equipment that would have been designed to recycle specialty papers into corrugated fibers or into containers. Also, we've seen investments in plastic circularity, which I'll discuss a little later. Oregon, Washington, New Jersey, and California have also passed legislation with minimum post-consumer content requirements, specifically like your plastic water bottles. Extended producer responsibility, EPR, looks to transfer the end-of-life responsibility from the consumer to the producer of the packaging. This is not a simple process, and Travis will go into this in more detail. So on the next slide, greenwashing. What I'd like to say about greenwashing is that it's real, it happens, and greenwashing is, it's imperative that the producers of the material are in line with what can be realistically recycled. Keeping in mind the limitations of the sorting equipment, the end markets, which need to be reliable and responsible, and then the value or lack thereof of the material. Not to mention the necessity of the material to be empty, dry, and clean, and that responsibility falls on all of us. Their messaging should be in line with the capabilities of the recycling industry. So plastic, PET, like a plastic water bottle, is usually downcycled and turned into carpet or textiles. What plastic circularity does is it keeps the material in the circulation longer. It takes a water bottle and recycles it and turns it into another water bottle. Republic Services has made investments in what we call polymer centers, and the first polymer center in North America, it was in Las Vegas. And polymer centers will produce a clear, hot washed flake that can be turned into plastic water bottles or beverage bottles with companies like Coca-Cola. We expect to eventually have many of these facilities and be able to receive material from all across the country.
Wow.
So the next slide here just shows some of the companies, which are producers of consumer packaged goods, that have made commitments to higher post-consumer content. Next slide. Here's just a graphic showing the states that have passed legislation, which is what the Recycling Modernization Act is, and Travis will speak to that now.
Good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald, Council President Ackerval, City Council. My name is Travis Comfort. It's a pleasure for me to be here tonight to speak with you a little bit about Oregon's recycling history, the components of the Recycling Modernization Act, and then where we are in the process of that rollout. To start, Oregon started officially recycling just over 40 years ago in 1983. I was just born and the Return of the Jedi was still in theaters. So we're looking at a 41-year-old system. The key components of the opportunity to recycle were establishing thresholds for cities of populations over 4,000, 6,000, and 10,000. And then that distinguished what the city's obligation was for recycling. In 1991, DEQ went to the legislature for an update to the law. This established rigid plastic standards for commingled collection and then set a 50% recovery or diversion rate for recycling in the state of Oregon. And as we'll see in some slides later on, we still haven't hit that after 41 years. We haven't hit 50% yet. So in 2015, DEQ wanted to add waste reduction to the law because it had solely focused on recyclable materials only. So in 2015, they got new waste reduction components added. So every year when we do the opportunity to recycle reporting with Mark and the county, we go over all of those efforts made by all three of us to meet those goals and requirements. And as Cindy mentioned, China Sword or National Sword came about in 2018 when China cut off the inflow of recycled materials into the country. There was a lot of factors in it, some of which they didn't need the material as much anymore, but a large component of it was that a substantial portion of those recyclable materials were in fact contaminated. This led DEQ to take action. They went and formed a working group with the legislature in 2020 and brought in industry, community members to figure out what was needed. And that's kind of what led to the RMA getting presented in 2021. The key components are a uniform statewide collection list. There's a caveat to that because we're not quite to the rollout of the RMA yet. But the idea is the people in Lake County are recycling the same things that are done in Clackamas County. So if you move across the state, you're recycling the same things in the same container. Extended producer responsibility is kind of what Cindy had talked about in terms of attaching that life cycle analysis to the value of the product. So putting an economic value on not throwing away that material. So making there an incentive for producers to engineer better packaging. And then the last component is uniform standard of education and outreach. So the same messaging will be in every city. So there's not competing messages or priorities or anything like that. So on slide 11, you can see kind of the Schoolhouse Rock details of how the law worked its way through the legislature. We won't spend too much time on this one or the next one. And then you see on slide 12, very much so Oregon party line vote to pass the RMA. Slide 13, I put this together to give kind of a macro bird's eye view of the Oregon situation. So what you're seeing here is material generation from 1992 to 2020. And so, as we mentioned with National Sword or China Sword, in 2018, the market had a seismic shift because there was no market willing to accept material that had such a high contamination rate. So what you'll see here, and then on the following slide, the biggest impact to consumption in Oregon came with the Great Recession. So basically 2017, 2018, or 2007, 2008, sorry. That was where you see the dip there on slide 14. So, and what this also shows is that the trend of consumption outpaces the growth of population. On slide 15, this is the initial roadmap the DEQ put out to kind of guide prospective pros, industry, cities, and to kind of give them an idea of what's coming. So currently, we're in the second round of rulemaking. The first round of rulemaking consisted primarily of establishing that uniform collection list. The updated and near final version was in your council packet today. We are in the second round of rulemaking, which we've established the living wage must be paid by all the processors, and now we're working on what does it mean to be a responsible end market and how that certification process will go. Slide 16, I just wanted kind of a visualization of like shifting from a linear product lifespan to a circular product lifespan. And that's the whole goal of the RMA, is to encourage better plastics to be used. For example, like the water bottles have gotten thinner over time, so it takes hauling a lot more of them to produce new plastics. And as Cindy mentioned, the polymer centers are new, and what's new and different about that is that it's making food and medical grade plastic out of recycled plastic, which currently plastic is 99% downgraded. So when you're recycling currently, it's not going to be food grade again. It's going to be a planter box or picture frame or something like that. So slide 17, this is a detailed slide put out by DEQ, and I wanted to include this in here because the RMA isn't the first extended producer responsible process that the state has put into place. The oldest one is paint, and then there's e-waste and medicine. All three of those are for profit, so that's a big difference between the RMA. The pros for the RMA have to function as a nonprofit. So that's a big distinguishing factor between us and other states, us and other countries, and even within Oregon's own system and dealing with other pros. And then I put an asterisk next to the mattresses, and you guys might have heard this from DEQ. They're in a very similar program as the RMA. They've had their first plan submitted, and it's been rejected by DEQ, so they're in a second round to kind of bridge the gap between local sites that can offer that service and what they're willing to pay. So basically what they presented to DEQ with their first round wouldn't cover the costs to recycle mattresses in Oregon. So they're now having to submit a second follow-up plan, which in terms of the RMA, it's very similar. We're just at the point where the and we're down to one pro for the RMA, is gonna have to submit their first round plan for addressing Oregon's needs to expand recycling, but it's been assured that it will be rejected. The needs assessment survey, which we'll cover in a little bit, came out last year, and that was developed by DEQ, not the producer responsible organization, so it didn't have enough detail for them to actually build their plan. And then, so I kind of took the map that Cindy presented earlier. There's a couple caveats that I wanted to show on here, and that is, while Washington was on track with Oregon and California 2 years ago to pass a very similar, what was called the RAPS Act. They couldn't get the votes for it, and now they've split up that legislation, and they're kind of hoping to piecemeal it. And then Maryland is purple on this map because they passed a law mandating a needs assessment for the state before requiring EPR transition. So they're looking at basically studying the system before officially changing the laws. Slide 19, this is an updated timeline released by CAA, which is Circular Action Alliance. They are the last and only pro currently left in the system applying to be a pro in Oregon. And so where we're at now is we're at the beginning of the second round needs assessment, and I caution a little bit on this arrow here at the bottom because they've told us in a meeting just less than 2 weeks ago that turnaround time could be as little as 3 weeks. So we had several months last year to do the first round needs assessment. This one's going to require more detail and a shorter turnaround time. So as we get more updates from DEQ and the pro, we will be passing those along to city staff. And city staff has been attending these meetings with us. So Mark's been up to speed on this as well. So slide 20, this is what came out of that first round of rulemaking for that uniform collection list. The updated clean copy is in your council packets, so it looks very similar. But I put this in here so you would see the notes and the considerations of what we were really trying, or what the whole state was trying to get through. And one of the biggest things were those instant consumable disposable cups, primarily Starbucks, 7-Eleven, that kind of thing. The big problem with leaving them on the list was the idea of getting them clean and dry into that stream. So if you're drinking your Starbucks out and about, how likely are you to wash it and dry it before you put it into the recycling bin so that you don't contaminate it with creamer or whatever? So Starbucks and those companies will still be on the hook for paying into the system for that volume of plastic they're doing. They just won't be included in this universal collection list. On 21, you'll see that Oregon's going to be expanding their depot collection requirements. So currently, depots are only required to collect the recyclables that the processing facility already takes. This is going to expand that to motor oil and scrap metal. We were in talks with the pro and with one of the pros that exited to bring some of the pro items, which are on the next slide, to the depot. Some of them will stay with point of purchase collection, like grocery stores are going to keep the plastic bags. And glass outside of the metro area is no longer going to be mandated. A lot of counties are pushing back against that because they collect other items in the bin besides glass. So there's other factors to be considered in terms of that. And that's because there's no real ecological gain in shipping that from like Lake County to Portland to process. Because you're not going to have any leachate into your groundwater or contamination from that glass going into the landfill. And then transporting it will create more carbon emissions than you'll save from moving that material versus using virgin glass. So, and then you can see here on slide 23, polystyrene is very near and dear to my heart. It was the first program I started when I got this job. We've hauled a lot for the city of Wilsonville. We implemented it in 2019 and made it a depot item. It took us about 3 months with Agilex to set up that process. It included a confidentiality agreement between us and them. So in some ways, it's good that that program has kind of run its course. The RMA doesn't allow for chemical processors like Agilex going forward. So starting July 1st, 2025, polystyrene in Oregon won't be eligible to go to chemical processors. So that's twofold reason, and one is primarily that's waste to energy, so it's not circular. And then two is there's the nasty byproduct from the process, and it spontaneously combusts. So it's a very hazardous material. But what you can see on 24 is even with Agilex being a free site to take that material, it had to be clean and contained. So we had staff that literally had to go through the depot box, clean it and sort it. And we had contamination from day one. So as you can see on the first slide, there's some purple paint on that sign behind me in the middle there. That bucket of purple paint was thrown in there the first week we opened the depot. So contamination is always a thing, but with some of these materials, there can't be any. And with Agilex, you could not take it there if there was any contamination whatsoever. And so for the figure on that, we did haul 17.95 tons from February of 2020 to March of 2024. Those full 40-yard containers you see, those are less than a quarter of a ton. So it just gives you a scale of how many hauls that takes to get that material. This is kind of like batteries in that we usually weigh it in pounds because it's just so light, versus all of our other materials are in tons. Sorry, we're taking so long here, but slide 25, these are the initial buckets that the needs assessment DEQ wanted the cities to fill out last year. We completed this with Mark, we got it in on time. The new needs assessment is supposed to be out this week or next week. As soon as we get that, we'll be setting up meetings with the city to make sure that we get the new one turned in on time. That dictates the flow of funds from the PRO to the city of Wilsonville to expand those services and to meet the PRO and depot requirements from the Recycling Modernization Act. So next, I'm going to be talking about the two big fees associated with the RMA, and both of these go to the processors from the PRO. The first is the contamination management fee. This isn't typical contamination like somebody threw a baby diaper in the commingle bin. This is materials that are on one of the lists and getting into the other stream. So like on this example on slide 25, shredded paper is on the pro list. They do have to figure out a way to offer that service, but it can't go in your commingle cart. So one of the fees, they're gonna have to assess and pay the processors to move that material so that it is actually recycled. The following slide, you can see, these are the initial figures that DEQ has released on the per ton rate that they're estimating that to cost. This is based on the Crow study that was recently done in Oregon. They took a sampling of processors across the state, and these are the fees that they figure will cover that initially. This, along with the next fee that I'll show you, they're initially imagining the implementation of this program leading to an increase of cost because of the confusion. And then there, you'll see on that fourth year for 2028, they're imagining that fee to be coming down. So a very similar fee growth structure for the processor commodity risk fee. The processor commodity risk fee ties directly into that natural sort or China sort issue where when a market closed down, recycling in the United States was no longer subsidized. So for a long time, we got recycling services here and it was paid for by the rebates that like haulers or processors were giving for that material. So this is meant to remove that as a disposal cost for the city and for the residents. So disposal of recycling materials shouldn't impact that line item any longer. And so I used those figures from DEQ to put together the slide on 24. And again, this is just kind of give you a macro view of what it would cost. And so for the first year for 2025, it's about $1.4 billion for the state that the pros are going to have to assess to their clients and get into the system. And then so for like Wilsonville in that regard, it was, let me see here. I did the math. So for Wilsonville, the first year would be $745,143. So that's what the share of volume of recycling here would get for those two fees. So in processor permit and certification, this is going to be added to our annual reports for the city. DEQ is going to set the standard for what a responsible end market is, and all of the recycling from July 1st of 2025 next year is going to have to go to a place that is either has a certificate or a permit. So the difference between a certificate and a permit is inside Oregon, certificate is outside of the state. DEQ can't permit somebody outside of their jurisdiction. So there's, in terms of like how they work functionally, it's just basically they meet the requirements DEQ has set forward for a responsible end market. On 31, this is just kind of a real Reader's Digest version of what we're looking at and where we're at. The implementation and start date is July 1st of next year. And we will have, by the end of this year, a really good idea of what the plan is going to look like. Funding is based on if you filled out the needs assessment and then the demand. So Wilsonville is fairly high in that we got the needs assessment done and the population demands it. So that part is really good. And then upcoming legislation to kind of keep an eye on. You might have heard right to repair just passed in this legislative short session. It's waiting on the governor to be signed. And then PFAS are coming up in the next legislative cycle. They were introduced in the short session, but they weren't able to be addressed. Those are forever chemicals. The studies haven't really found them in Oregon waterways yet, but it's a very high concern for the country. And so they do show negative health impacts when they reach certain levels in human bodies. So they're one of those things that once you get it into a system, you pretty much can't get it back out. And then wine packaging, we kind of threw that on here. The wine industry has been kind of dancing a line between the bottle bill and the RMA. They didn't want either one of them. And now they're at the point where legislature just gave them an extension this year. And then, so basically they're gonna have to figure out which system they want to jump in on because currently they're not obligated for any of it. And the good thing about the bottle bill is it increased Oregon return of those containers by 85%. So when they, I use the green bag, it's very convenient, and it did substantially increase the volume of recyclables in the state of Oregon. So, sorry we kind of maybe went over, but
Well,
we really
thank you.
appreciate your time, and I tried to go as fast as possible, so.
Thank you so much. And
Sorry, it's a lot.
And I will say earlier today, Cindy and Council President Ackerval and I met to just go over some things and talk about our work together.
Yeah.
And those were some good conversations.
Good.
We all want to look for ways to really increase recycling. One thing it does, in addition to keeping the environment clean, is it can end up with less cost to the consumer. Mm-hmm. They have less to put in their trash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that helps everybody. So there are lots of benefits. So thank you very much.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, we have another comment.
It's okay.
Please.
Less of a question, but just a request, because your slides this evening did contain a lot of information that I'd like to have my eyes on again. I appreciate you putting that together for us. Can we get a copy of those slides? Perfect.
And if you saw on the bottom of those data slides, I put the websites where I got all that data from. So
Excellent.
you can find the sources for all that as well.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming
Before you
tonight.
leave, does anyone else have a comment? Okay, thank you, good.
Thank you guys, really
All
appreciate
right,
it.
so that will bring us to Willamette Water Supply Program quarterly updates. Thank you.
Up right here.
While you set that up, I'm getting myself some more water.
Great water from the Willamette River right here.
Just can't get enough of it.
Yeah, we're going to do the same thing with our plant.
Thank you, please go ahead.
All right, good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald, Council President Ackerville, members of the council. So it's nice to meet with you in person this time. Last time there was like that ice storm that came in at the end of the day, and about 3 o'clock we all changed to Zoom, right? But anyway, it went well enough. So I'm Mike Britch. I am the Engineering and Construction Manager for the Willamette Water Supply Program. We're giving you an update on our PLM 1.3 project. So here's kind of an overview of our presentation. I'm going to touch on really the key areas where you're seeing the impact of the city right now, as well as giving you an update on the trenchless construction that was just completed. I have with me Marlis Ryan, who's going to leads our public outreach. She's going to give you a brief update on that. And then finally, Dave Kraska, our program director, has a few comments he'd like to add at the end. So you saw this map last time. It's kind of an overview of all the projects that we've done either in the past or they're still going on between raw water and the pipeline project shown in red. And really going to focus on 3 areas, and I'll talk more in detail about each one of these. The portion along Kinsman Road, there's a portion along 95th, and then Ritter Road in greater detail. We did a slide like this before, and so the numbers with the asterisks, you can see where we've advanced in different areas. So one of the things, though, we put the presentation together about 2 weeks ago just to get it in front of staff and trying to anticipate where the contractor would go. So I think the numbers are all pretty accurate, other than the one on 95th from Beckman to Hillman. There were some unexpected things that I'll talk about why that's delayed that part, but still making good progress, and our contractor still is on schedule to complete the project. So on Kinsman Avenue, so kind of where we're at is actually all the pipeline work is completed, except for they're currently undergoing a pressure test. So before you do anything else, before you come back and do the concrete paving, we need to make sure that it was installed as planned. And so that is going on as we speak, and we hope within the next day or two that's going to have good results, which then allows us to proceed with the actual concrete panel work on Kinsman. So last time I spoke with you, we talked about how we were going to have our contractor go and do some temporary asphalt paving and then come back and do concrete. We changed that based on our teams looking at the weather and getting in a good weather period. We're skipping the temporary paving. We're going straight to concrete.
Great.
So it's my understanding from my team that the concrete sub is going to be showing up later this week. And once they get going, everything concrete with the panels is going to be completed on Kinsman, except for the turn lane at Wilsonville Road. That's a separate thing, but we're planning to get in there. And the goal is, if no other surprises or delays, we're really shooting for being done with all the concrete work on Kinsman with the panels by the end of May. So we're going to push our contractor to try and hit that goal of being done with concrete restoration in May. So that's actually sooner than what we spoke with you about 3 months ago. On 95th, the portion to the right there, we talked about putting that second temporary travel lane in to regain the two-way traffic on the northern portion of 95th. I think we told you we'd have that done by the end of February. It actually got done by mid-February and opened up, and so I think that work turned out really well. The contractor is now working in the area to the south, so between Hillman south to Beckman. Like I told you before on 95th, there happens to be some surprises with construction that we didn't anticipate in this new section of work. So like I was telling you last time, on the portion north, you know, there's a fiber optic line that had to be completely relocated because it was deep and in the wrong place. And what was anticipated, we redid the curb and sidewalk on the eastern portion. There's a water line issue that had to be addressed. Well, in this new portion working on, we discovered a couple things with water lines being in the different place than what was anticipated by the design documents. And so one of them's currently being worked out and they're moving forward with that relocation. But the other one that's stopping the 66-inch pipe installation was a 10-inch cast iron line that again was just in a place that wasn't anticipated. And so we have our engineer working on plans. We're working through the tie-in with staff. And so we're hoping within a couple weeks that's going to be installed and proceeding with the pipeline restoration. And then following that, after all the Kinsman panel work is done, we want to have our contractor move over and keep proceeding with concrete restoration on 95th after the Kinsman work is done. So what is different, just to point out, originally we were thinking spring, summer for that based on the contractor's adjustment and timing. They're going to focus on Kinsman, get that done, be totally done with the concrete panels there. But this is likely to extend well into the fall, and actually this is a couple weeks old, and based on the latest information, it might even be into early December before all the concrete work. So we're working with our contractor to progress the work as quickly as they can. Once they come on site, they start doing all the concrete work just to keep them proceeding and finishing all the work in the city. This is a slide that talks about the trenchless construction underneath the west tracks. And so last time we were talking, it was a work that was underway. The trenchless construction is now successfully completed. And right now all that remains is a couple shafts on each end where we're working on doing the final kind of closure pieces to tie in the trenchless portion to the open cut portion. And then the final portion, I'll hand it off to Marlis in a minute here, is talking about Ritter Road. And so the plan that we're proceeding with is that we would be starting that work on Ritter Road once we're done with Kinsman. And just a little background on that, I'm sure you're aware there's two major BPA substations kind of on each side. And so they're going to have to relocate some of their infrastructure as we're going through there. And so we've been working for literally years coordinating a window to work with them to get our pipe through there, which is basically approximately this June. And so we want to stay on track to be able to start our pipe in May after Kinsman and proceed through there. If we are not allowed to do that, then it's going to significantly delay the time of getting done with our pipeline and the work that we do in Wilsonville.
How's the forecast on getting that done?
We think we're on track to, again, we're pushing our contractor to finish Kinsman, to open that up and to have that, completely, all the panels done there. So far we think they're on track to be done by the end of May. If they're on track to be done by the end of May, then we can move here if we have the permits from the city to close down, have this closed down in addition to other areas, so.
I may have missed this from an earlier discussion, but why wasn't 95th done as a single contiguous project? So you've broken it up into two, so it seems like it's extended the entire timeline.
Right.
What was the reason for that being separate as separate contracts?
Yeah, I wish our project manager was here, who has kind of all the better history on that. But so when we started this job, we didn't expect some of the things that just occurred that were different than what was anticipated that caused delays in the work. So last time in January, I was talking about, well, why is 95th taking so much longer? So I talked about a fiber optic line, talking about the curb and gutter we had to work with to get replaced that wasn't planned for, make sure it was to city standards. There was some work with water line. And then there are seasonal things. You started getting into the middle of the winter. It's really to no one's benefit to try and be doing concrete work in the middle of the winter. And so there is just a number of complicating factors that caused it to be delayed. I mean, we did not anticipate that. We always had it sequenced between the northern portion from Hillman North and the southern portions based on traffic control setup. So that was always planned. What we didn't expect was the delays just based on some of these unforeseen events with things just being in different places that caused the work. And so those delays just kind of snowballed and triggered it to be where it is today. It's not what we expected when we started. You know, hindsight, we could have looked back and put different constraints on the contractor. You do that when there's, you know, something that you expect to happen or it's of such extreme importance that you just have to do it. But none of us, you know, working through laying out the terms and conditions really anticipated anything like this. So it was not really planned that it was done this way.
So, given what you said about the timeline on 95th and then starting Ritter Road, then am I correct in assuming that both 95th and Ritter Road will be closed from maybe June until December?
So I think what's going to happen is 95th will be, Ritter Road will be closed as we're going through this. I mean, we've been working also extensively with Republic Services, so we're going to accommodate kind of their heavy transit load, right? And then our pipeline work, we think, is going to be done. I don't remember the exact dates on the pipeline work. But our pipeline, it sends basically into the spring. And then once we're done with our pipeline work, it's all concrete pavement. So that's going to be following. We're still going to maintain traffic. It's going to be, I don't remember if it's exactly 2 lanes or 1 lanes at all time, but we need to basically half the road to do concrete panels on one side. And then we're going to flip traffic and do concrete panels on the other side. And so it's going to be a balancing act between managing concrete panel work and maintaining traffic.
But 95th right now is only in one direction.
It's 2 ways to Hillman.
Right.
And from Hillman south, yes.
Yeah, and that's where my concern is the one direction. Will Ritter be in the same situation?
Well, Ritter is going to be essentially closed except for working around Republic Services. So the challenging thing with a large 66-inch metal pipe working around large electrical power is you want to keep those separated. And so really, as we're doing the design, we're balancing what's being safe, staying away from the large parallel electrical gear. There's an existing water line on the very north side that needs to stay in service. And so really the only open and safe spot to build our pipe down Ritter is down the middle of the road. And so that's why, you know, there's not really any safe and efficient way to do that with the public traffic. We can work directly with Republic Services to accommodate, you know, their trips as much as possible. But it functionally, it really has to be closed based on the location of the pipe. Marlis?
Okay, again, I'm Marlis Ryan, and I lead communications for Willamette Water Supply. So just wanted to touch on this slide real briefly that, you know, our outreach efforts have been ongoing since 2019. Things are going well with the businesses and the property owners in the area. We've done a lot of different outreach efforts, including door knocking and mass mailings, open houses, as the project has gotten off the ground and then evolved over time. Our big focus of what we do is briefings with businesses. So those are ongoing and will continue to keep going until the end of the project. Next slide. So since January, since the last briefing, we've done 3 email updates, which you should all be receiving now at this point. And also 2 special notifications. Again, as the schedule shifts, we want to try to keep that information as reported as close to, as we can to the schedule. Also saturation mailings we have been doing. We have expanded the saturation mailings to about double what we usually do on other sections of pipeline. So the last one we did, there was about 3,800 addresses that received our postcard to make sure that they knew that this project was coming. Next slide. So this is just some of the businesses that we have briefed, and in some cases, 3 or 4 briefings. This is not a complete list of all of the businesses. And we, again, like I mentioned, we're going to continue to do those right through the end. We've conducted 15 or so briefings since January 1st. And again, people are really appreciating getting the information, the timeliness of the updates, especially when the schedule changes. So that's going well. The next slide, please. So we've heard from businesses that they really appreciate what we're doing out there. As Mike has mentioned, it's a really challenging situation when there are unforeseen schedule changes, whether it be weather or finding utilities in the road that we didn't expect. But we're all doing our best out there to make sure we keep those businesses, the transportation people, TVF&R, TriMet, all in the loop as things change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know we've got the website here. I think the one, so we can always go to that. And I see your notices coming in that I'm on the list. I think we're all on the list. And just want to keep us aware of when the next phases of these road repairs will be. Ritter, so at our next meeting update, let's focus on that. And safety, of course, is extremely important. Yes. I still drive that route when I can, so they're taking a lot of care with the flagging.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes.
If Mayor Fitzgerald, if it's okay, I'd like to just say a few words.
Oh, please.
So I had a few notes or prepared statements.
Thank you.
And actually, we really appreciate the Q&A that we just had here tonight. That's actually very informative to us in terms of what's on your mind, what are your concerns. And I'll say that I get it, we get it. You're tired of us being here, of us tearing up all your roads, of us trying to get this work done. I just want to commit to you that we are trying to get this work done. We do want to get this done as quickly as possible. Sometimes you drive by and it appears that nothing's happening. Nothing's happening on top of the surface, as Mike was talking about, like on Kinsman, where nothing looks like it's happening. We're actually testing the pipeline that was installed because we don't want to pave on top of the pipeline, then find out it leaks, then we have to dig up the brand new road. So it's a very methodical process that we're going through, and we are trying to get this work done as quickly as we possibly can. The presentation that we made back in January and we made here tonight is with close coordination with our contractor. We want to commit to you, we want to present to you what we believe can be done. We don't want to overpromise and then have to come back to here and explain to you, nope, it's going to be a whole lot longer. We want to be able to follow through on these commitments. So it does take a lot of close coordination with our contractor to make sure they can actually follow through on these things. Because even though we might not have a contractual sort of vehicle to hold them to it, we can at least say, like, look, we made this commitment to City Council. You guys got to help us out on this. And this is kind of the conversations we've been having with our contractor. At the end of last week, we received a communication from city staff saying that some changes might be required or put upon us to change some of the sequencing of the work. So that's something actually I'm hoping to get on Brian's calendar to talk to him about, because if we have to resequence some of the work, it means we have to go back to the contractor and rework some of this. And as Mike said, there's going to be some risk in terms of whether we're going to be able to finish in this year. We really want to finish in this year. So I want to talk to Brian about that when we get a chance, and we'll work this out. And trust me, we do want to get this done, get it done safely, get it done correctly, and one time, so that we get it done correctly and we don't have to come back and fix anything. So I just wanted to commit that to you, and we look forward to further briefings in the future.
Just one quick comment. I understand. I mean, I was, whether it's Roy Rogers or whatever, I see the length of that pipeline and I see where it's going. So many of our citizens won't necessarily see a direct benefit themselves of it, but they are dealing with some of the issues that it's bringing up to them. You mentioned you're communicating some of this work out through social media. I do get concerned when it's Boone Ferry, you're doing all of the traditional mailings and things like that, and I understand that it's mostly commercial businesses that are directly impacted, but these are some of our main roadways for, whether it's getting to Costco or Target or getting to work or whatever it may be. I would really like to see, because I have not seen anything on social media, a more concentrated effort on getting out the why and the value to all Oregonians within this western metro area of this work, because you mentioned that there are weather delays. I'm concerned that there will be more delays because there are unforeseen circumstances, and you get onto Ritter Road and it's like, aha, surprise, but you're finding yourself in the same situation again. So I feel compassion for the surprises that come up on the construction side and with the contractor, but I think the more you communicate and the better you communicate to stay above this and see the value of it down the road, the more understanding our community will be.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good point. Any other questions, council? Okay. Thank you for bringing that up, that our questions are important, and because you're bringing that back to the council, to the contractor, and I would like to encourage our council to stay in touch, offer more questions anytime in between today and the next presentation.
Please do, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we are running late. It's 7:28. I just want to check in on the two items on this work session that remain, the building codes and the public contracting update. Any suggestions, staff?
Mayor, I'll just note that the public contracting update we can cover during legal business.
Okay. All right, so we'll cover the local building codes. Thank you for waiting.
Oh, it's already up. Sorry.
Something we've discussed quite a bit.
All right, good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald, members of the City Council. Unfortunately, I don't have anything nearly as exciting as the last time I was here, which we flew a drone for you, if you may recall. But tonight we're going to talk about building codes just a little bit. I'm going to keep this as brief as I can. I was reminded today that today is April 1st by our city attorney, so thank you for that. Yeah, I have a couple of slides at the very end that I think you'll hopefully enjoy for this. So try to keep it a little bit lively. So tonight, again, my name is Dan Carlson. I serve as the city's building official, and I'm here tonight regarding the adoption of Resolution 3110, which proposes to locally adopt the 2023 Oregon Residential Specialty Code, the 2023 Oregon Plumbing Specialty Code, and the 2023 Oregon Electrical Specialty Code. So 3 codes. Tonight we'll hit on these 4 areas: the resolution, the code, local code add-backs, stakeholder outreach, and as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to briefly highlight a few of the code changes. Hopefully you'll appreciate that. Through state law, specifically ORS 455, the State Building Codes Division establishes the building codes that must be used in each jurisdiction in Oregon. Each jurisdiction who locally administers a building code program must adopt administrative provisions and technical provisions. The administrative provisions were adopted in 2019 through a complete rewrite of Wilsonville Code Chapter 9 entitled Building Code. With regard to the adoption of technical provisions, Wilsonville Code Chapter 9 states that Wilsonville will adopt the state's codes for local administration via resolution. Resolution 3110 on, I think it's on page 36 of your packet, is proposing to adopt the 2023 ORSC, Oregon Residential Specialty Code, 2023 Oregon Plumbing Code, and Electrical Code, all effective hopefully today, April 1st, 2024. And it's adding back technical provisions to the residential code. These technical provisions are found in the model codes that the state has indicated are not under the statutory authority of ORS 455 and the state to adopt. We went through a similar add-back exercise with each code adoption since 2020 when we adopted the previous commercial codes and the residential codes. Here is a graphic from the state Building Codes Division. If you look at the graphic, you're going to see a white inner circle and a blue outer circle. This is the state's view of their statutory authority, and for some of you this may look familiar because we've presented this before. But this is how the state views their statutory authority to regulate construction activities in Oregon. Some of these topics, they apply specifically to commercial and some to residential construction, and some apply to both. The inner circle is what the state says it has authority under ORS 455 to regulate. The items in the blue circle is what the state indicates local jurisdictions can adopt and regulate under the state-adopted building code. The items listed outside the circle around the border are those items the state says that local jurisdictions are solely responsible to regulate if they choose to do so. As with the commercial code, and as your building official, I am recommending that we continue our current practice and locally regulate and add back 7 items in the blue circle and white fringes. Those items are contained in Exhibit 1 to the resolution, and they include, as you see here on the screen, things like fences, retaining walls, demolition, unsafe structures or equipment, service utilities, water supply for fire protection, excavation, and grading. And again, these are all things the state says we cannot regulate statewide out of the state building code. We have to adopt local provisions to do that. So the state building code uses a national model code as its base document. For example, the Oregon Residential Code is based on the International Residential Code, which is published by the International Code Council. During the state code adoption process, which generally lasts about a year to 18 months, the respective state board and their subcommittee reviews and approves proposed technical changes. In this slide, you can see there's 3 state boards listed on the left, the Oregon Residential Manufactured Structures Board and the Oregon Plumbing Board and the Oregon Electrical Board, and the numbers of each member that are on those boards. So just to pick briefly on the residential board, the graphic on the right shows the membership makeup of the residential board. I don't know how well you can see that in the slide, but it shows that there is a wide spectrum of industry stakeholders who are actively involved in creating each state code. For the past 6 to 8 months, the state has been conducting outreach and training for stakeholders. The 2023 residential code contains some significant changes. This is one of the reasons that the state has provided builders, designers, and local jurisdictions with a 6-month grace period from the original October 1st, 2023 effective date. As a sidebar, state law precludes BCD from allowing a grace period for plumbing and electrical codes. The state has provided video training online and is free of charge. In order to maintain state certifications, staff have completed code change training, and in turn, staff have also been conducting outreach to local stakeholders, which includes local home builders. Staff have also posted links to the code changes on the Building Division's website. BCD has provided summaries of the code changes. There is, for example, this wonderful 205-page summary for the residential changes. There's an 11-page summary for the plumbing changes and a 20-page summary for the electrical changes. So in an effort to keep you from having to read all of those summary of changes, I've provided an exhibit, Exhibit B, in an abbreviated 2-page summary in your packet. Most of the changes are to the residential code, and many are focused on energy code improvements. The focus on energy improvements, you may recall, is primarily driven from former Governor Brown's executive order in 2017. This was Executive Order number 17-20, which mandated that all new homes meet the U.S. Department of Energy, this is a mouthful, Zero Energy Ready Home Equivalency by October 1st, 2023. With the adoption of the 2023 ORSC, according to a recent study conducted by the University of Oregon, we have now achieved equivalency with that national standard for our statewide energy code. Switching gears slightly, while the abbreviated highlights are provided in Attachment B, and since it is April 1st, I wanted to bring forward a few changes for your consideration. On the residential side of things, what we like to see is when we feel compelled to point out that when calling for a final inspection, to please be sure that you insulate your attic. This is definitely something that you need to do for a final inspection. For plumbing, we like to also see that it is required that you not fill your sewer pipe with concrete. This is a true thing. They actually called us for an inspection, and this is what we found.
Wow.
So you can imagine what a mess that would have created had we not caught it before it was actually under use. And lastly, for our electrical provisions, we ask that you please refrain from having your electrician cut a plumbing vent to make room for bathroom vanity lights. This will rather result in a huge stinky mess.
This just doesn't fly with Wilsonville.
It happens, in this case, these are two different examples. So anyway, happy April 1st to you. In conclusion, staff recommends that council adopt the 2023 Oregon Residential Code, the 2023 Oregon Plumbing Specialty Code, and the 2023 Oregon Electrical Specialty Code by adopting Resolution 3110 during the consent agenda with an effective date of April 1st, 2024. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you for your time.
You're always fun when you present, whether it's right, whether it's a drone or, you know, really great pictures to laugh at. It's kind of like our own little BuzzFeed here. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate the presentation, and I'm really looking forward to being able to support this on the agenda.
I appreciate the way that we were able to really work with and learn about the reasoning for the plan for updating the manual, the code changes, because I think it will work well for Wilsonville going forward. Anyone else?
Just thank you for laying it all out in a really clear, logical manner.
All right, well, thank you very much, and thanks for waiting for our delayed start time. Dan, okay. So that, I will adjourn our work session now, and why don't we take 5 minutes and reconvene for the regular city council meeting? Thank you. I need all the help I can get. I will call to order a meeting of the Wilsonville City Council for our regular meeting on April 1st at 7:46 PM. Will the city recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Berry?
Present.
Counselor Linville?
Here.
Council President Ockerville? Here. Counselor Dunwell?
Here.
Mayor Fitzgerald?
Here. Please join me by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to start by asking for a motion to approve the following order of agenda.
Your Honor, I move to approve the following order of agenda.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Hope everybody had a good, refreshing spring break week last week, and we had a mix of weather, and happy to end up with some wonderful sun, and ready for more of it. First thing I wanted to update the council on under mayor's business is that we have a committee assignment change for our internal assignments. Currently, Councilor Dunwell is the lead and I am the alternate for representing Wilsonville's needs on the Washington County Coordinating Committee, which is also called the WCCC Committee. Due to a change in meeting times for one of Councilor Dunwell's other committee assignments, starting this month, I will assume the lead on the WCC Committee and Councilor Dunwell will take the alternate role. And so this will allow her to continue to participate as our lead and representative on the Willamette Falls and Landings Committee, which now meets at the same time as the other group. Thank you. For upcoming meetings, we have 2 additional city council meetings planned for April. We have a special meeting this Wednesday, April 3rd, starting at 7 p.m. And our next regular city council meeting is scheduled for Monday, April 15th, starting at 7 p.m. I'd also like to share with everybody that Wilsonville State Representative Courtney Neron of House District 26 is holding a Wilsonville Town Hall on Saturday, April 13th, starting at 1:30 p.m., and it will be at the Wilsonville Public Library. Representative Neron will hear from constituents and provide a review of the short 2024 legislative session that wrapped up on March 7th. So for my mayor's business today, I'm going to focus really on one thing that I really wanted to bring some attention to, and that is to report on progress of one of our 2025 goals, which is reducing homelessness. And part of what it takes to keep Wilsonville a clean, green, and safe community is setting strategic goals every biennium and tracking the progress toward those goals, and then also in that, making sure that we make good use of the resources, financial resources that we have within our city, and also that we can work with regionally to meet our current and future needs. And I've got on the slide here an excerpt from an article that was published in the Oregonian in February that illustrates what I'm going to talk about. And I wanted to start by saying, just reminding everybody, we've heard about this before, but I just wanted to highlight it because it's a big thing, that since Wilsonville is within the metro area and also primarily in Clackamas County, I want to focus on our collaborations with Clackamas County specifically tonight regarding how we as Wilsonville and also coordinating with other cities in Clackamas County, how we are coordinating to improve outcomes for people experiencing homelessness or at risk of losing housing. And so to preface this, as you remember, in 2020, the voters in the metro area approved funding services to help people experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. And the voters approved this certain income tax that I'm going to talk about a little bit, but the The revenue from that tax is managed by Metro, who is working in collaboration with the 3 metro counties. And the purpose is to reduce homelessness through programs and services that help people find and keep safe and stable homes. They do that through outreach, shelter, case management, and rent assistance. And like other cities, Wilsonville really relies on the county for the funding and implementation of these significant social services programs that are needed to move the needle in the housing crisis. And I'm really impressed with the coordination that has been able to take place thanks to our city staff and our colleagues in Clackamas County and otherwise. So the results that the county has reported really do sound a lot different than what we hear on social media and on statewide and national media. And the report I'm going to describe was presented to kind of a sister committee to the one that I just described for Washington County that Councilor Dunwell has been attending. This is a report that came to the Clackamas County Coordinating Committee, which we call C4, and it's about a 45-minute report that is on video that I'm going to make the link available to people so they can watch it at their leisure. I think it's a really great video to watch to see the progress that has been made. And it started with voters approving this tax and then has progressed through lots of planning and strategy and implementation. And part of that, part of this journey to address the homelessness crisis in Wilsonville included Wilsonville taking action on the mandate by the state of Oregon to redefine its overnight camping code. So it was about a year ago that Wilsonville adopted our overnight camping code revision, which was Ordinance 879, and we also passed a Resolution 3058 at that time, which was our administrative rules, and it also included our values and how our staff works with people in our city that they find that are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless, and how they coordinate with the county. And these rules define the time, place, and manner of the restrictions and how they will be implemented. I think we can go to the next slide. What was presented by Clackamas County is really impressive. They presented, and this is their report that they made to the Metro government about the results of the funds they received from that tax. And they reported that the number of Clackamas County residents without homes decreased 65% since 2019. And that was the year before the Metro Supportive Housing Services tax passed. And this again is as reported by the Oregonian. And let's go to the next slide. And I took some of the figures to just, that came out of their report. And you can see that in January of 2023, through one method of counting, and this is actually not all of the people, but it's one of the counts for a federally mandated count, they identified 410 people in Clackamas County who were experiencing homelessness. And then move ahead to the 6-month period between July and December 2023, and you can see that way over the numbers of people identified as homeless have received assistance. And this does include people who are on the brink of being evicted that could become homeless, and this is one of the things we talked about in our work, that we wanted to be a part of keeping more people from becoming homeless, and those that are homeless, finding ways to connect them with important services. And again, there's a lot more detail in the video that I will refer to later. Let's go to the next slide. This was a quote from Vahid Brown, who is a member of the staff at Clackamas County, who actually met with us probably a little more than a year ago. And the reason I included this quote is I wanted to thank Clackamas County for coming out to meet with us, and I also wanted to thank our staff and our partners in Wilsonville for what they have done and are continuing to do together. Because this really says what it's all about. It's not anything magic that happens by itself. It takes sustained coordination. Let's go to the next slide. And this is, again, an excerpt from that presentation by Clackamas County, and it describes their role, which helps people across the county and all of the cities. They have a database that they use, and they keep track of each person and identify, the situation of that person. And then when that person is ready to engage, sometimes it takes a while, then as you can see, they connect with them with caseworkers and more. And the revenue from this tax has really helped them hire the staff that they needed. I wanted to briefly, just explain this tax too, because it's been a while since we talked about it. It is levied in the metro area, and it's in place because the voters voted it in, and it is a 1% tax on Oregon taxable income for people earning above $125,000 a year for individuals, or $200,000 for couples filing jointly, and it also is a 1% business income tax on net income for businesses with gross receipts above $5 million. So you can see that it's really made a big difference. Let's go to the next slide. Sorry for that. This is a list. It's probably not including everybody, but I went through and identified some of the people in our city staff who have been working together to make all of this happen. Our city attorney here is here today. She's been leading this team. It includes our city's mental health care worker who is connected to our Wilsonville Police and Clackamas County Sheriff, the Parks Department, again, the county staff, and Wilsonville Community Sharing is a big part of it, Heart of the City, and also others who work with us. Amanda, have I left any key names off of that?
I think you already have it on there, but we also work very closely with Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue.
Oh, yes, Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue. So let's add that before we save this. So thanks for mentioning that, and it really does take this whole team. So it's been almost a year, and I just wanted to celebrate this, and I thought the results for Clackamas County were very impressive, and there's more to go, but you can also hear on the video call that the wait time for people who are calling in for services with housing has decreased to a 2-minute wait for a phone call, for them to pick up your call. So let's go to I think maybe I have one more slide. And so this one, I just picked up looking at our materials when we passed those ordinances last May to reaffirm that I want to thank this council and the staff for working with us, because we confirmed in the resolution 3058 that it is our intention to not only of course, comply with state law and do the right thing when somebody is without a shelter for the night, but we also are intent on connecting individuals to Clackamas County services and they are equipped to provide those transition services. So then the last slide, which our staff is going to make available to people, is just much more in-depth detail here for anyone who would like to spend some time on that. So we hear a lot of, there's still a lot of ground to cover in this problem in our region, but it's worth celebrating how far we've come. So thank you. At this point, do we have any communications presentations? We're ready for citizen input and community announcements. Is there anyone on the phone? Anyone ready to make a statement? Zoom? We're not seeing anyone. Okay. We will now move to councilor comments and liaison reports and meeting announcements, starting with Council President Akraval.
Thank you. There we go. Thank you. Tonight, I just wanted to mention a few items that's on our cultural calendar as we move now into a new month. And these cultural calendar dates have been determined by our city's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, and they have also organized activities surrounding some of these dates to promote the different holidays and events. Specifically in the month of April, we celebrate and recognize Deaf Heritage Month, Arab American Heritage Month, Passover, and the conclusion of Ramadan with the celebration of Eid al-Fitr. And actually, do you have some comments about that specifically?
Oh, yes, thank you. We will probably get this invitation earlier next year, but this was the first year that a local group called the Wilsonville Muslim Education Center extended an invitation to members of the community to come and join them for this banquet, which celebrates the conclusion of Ramadan. And so we were in town, and my husband and I were able to go, and it was just a really fun group of people. I think it was estimated there were probably people there from 20 different countries, and children and families, and really global choices of food for dinner. And really, I think we learned a lot and look forward to going to that next year. And I think more people will be hearing about it. This is one of the things we've talked about in our community, is looking for ways to learn by experience about other cultures. So it was a great event. Thank you.
And actually, the city is partnering with the Wilsonville Muslim Community Center and collecting hygiene products. I think that there was a poster out here in City Hall. Yeah, they're collecting hygiene products for Wilsonville community sharing specifically. So all month long during April, community members can drop off items like toothbrushes, shampoo, diapers, any of those sorts of toiletry items to City Hall or to the library. And if you'd like more information, it's available on our website. And that is it for me for tonight. Thank you.
And now we'll go to Councilor Linville.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I have several meetings that I've attended. On March 19th, I attended with Councilor Berry the Wilsonville, or the Wilsonville Metro Community Enhancement Meeting, and at that meeting, we made final recommendations that will come to the council for funding projects. So I look forward to those moving forward. We had quite a number of groups, so I was pleased with the work that the committee did. And we lost Amy Day, who termed out as our chair, and so we will be looking for members of that committee as we go forward. On the 28th of March, which was this past week, I attended by Zoom the Greater Portland, Inc. Small Cities Consortium, and at that meeting, AJ Date, who is the Vice President of Marketing with Travel Oregon, presented on how smaller cities can better market themselves, and they asked us to invite staff members, and I believe we had three staff members who attended that meeting with me as well, so that was really great. This week, on the 3rd, I will attend the Opioid Settlement Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Board meeting. That meeting is from 10 to 1 on the 3rd. And then on the 3rd as well, and this is really kind of an announcement for our entire community. There is planned a Small Business Success Summit, and it's scheduled this Wednesday from April 3rd at at the Wilsonville campus of Clackamas Community College. There will be 15 workshops along with business resources, specialists, and networking opportunities. The event runs from 8 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. Admission is $35 with a discounted fee of $25 available to businesses in Clackamas, Washington, Yamhill, and Marion counties. And this is an event that was canceled and now rescheduled. So we're excited that that's going to happen. And then April 4th, which is Thursday, our mayor will be doing a presentation for the Charbonneau Country Club board and community. So we're excited. That'll be from 2 to 4, and that is open to the public as well. So that is my report.
Thank you. Councillor Berry.
Thank you. So the first thing that I want to mention is that on April 4th, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee is going to have their last lecture for this season, and I think it's going to be a really good one. It's going to be presented by Bob and Kiana Eli Farougi, and they're residents here in Wilsonville. They're originally from Iran, and they are going to be talking about braving the storm, a couple's search for sanctuary in Wilsonville. So they'll be talking about their experience as they immigrated from Iran to America, ended up here in Wilsonville. I think it's going to be a really nice lecture. I think everyone should attend if they can. So then backtracking on March 19th with Joanne, I also attended the Community Enhancement Committee. We're really excited that we have 6 grants, 6 programs for the grants that are going to be proposed for the City Council's review. And I'll just mention real quickly what the labels are. One's Art Stories is sponsored by the Portland State University. Is going to benefit the Coffee Creek Women's Correctional Facility. The second one is called Client Services Accessibility Project. It's with the Heart of the City here in Wilsonville. The City of Wilsonville presented a proposal for Many Cultures, One Heart, and it's going to be public art here. And then we also have a presentation for music in Marassi Park, which I think will be really exciting for you all to hear about. And the last one, 2 more. One was presented by Friends of Trees, and it's going to be community engagement in the Tranquil Park. And the final one was by the City of Wilsonville, and they would like to put together a field guide. So I'm really excited about all of those. Let's see, on March 20th, I attended the Clackamas County Cities C4 Metro Subcommittee, and we talked about the Joint Policy Advisory Committee on Transportation and the Metro Policy Advisory Report. So upcoming on my calendar, I have, as an alternative, a person, representative for Wilsonville, to attend the C4 committee in the evening. I don't know if you're still attending.
I am.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. There's always a lot to hear there. And so, Councillor Dunwell.
I will try to keep this short, but I get to talk about springtime tonight. First of all, I attended the French Prairie Forum earlier in the month, in March, after our last meeting, and it was a legislative update by the Leo companies. And in addition to what Representative Neron presented to us, there was also discussion about Measure 110 and the repeal of that and some other interesting information. So it was great because, again, it's a monthly meeting of all of the Mid-Valley cities, and we all get together and really kind of talk about the mayors and the councilors. And so, but this was a great legislative update. So, and then on Saturday, this last Saturday, the Parks and Rec Department hosted the annual community egg hunt. 19,000 eggs, over 1,000 people were there. It's a Parks and Rec single greatest event as far as attendance during the year. So it was wonderful. With 19,000 eggs, you have a lot of little kids. They're separated by age. They had special prize eggs, Lego sets, Skyhawk sport camps, and Parks and Rec. And then a couple of, these eggs full of things. It was great. And then I also want to talk about Arbor Day. So in today's city council packet, there is a proclamation for commemoration of Arbor Day. And our city received an award for the 26th year as a Tree City USA. So the Arbor Day Foundation Award reflects our continued commitment and maintaining and promoting our urban forest. And what does that mean to us? It means that we recognize that trees play a very important role in not only our sense of place, but our quality of life here in Wilsonville. And it's not that easy to win this award, but there are several criteria and components that have to be in place. A comprehensive urban forestry program, we have to have a tree ordinance, we actually have a city department that's responsible for trees, and actually for us it includes both Parks and Rec and Public Works. We have an annual community forest budget of $13.56 per capita in our city's urban canopy, which is actually greater than the requirement of at least $2 per capita. So we really have raised the bar there. And then we actually have an annual Arbor Day observance and proclamation. And we also, by the way, we also received an urban forestry award, which is really exciting because we just received it, and it's awarded by the Oregon Community Trees, which is the Oregon Department of Forestry Advisory Board on urban forestry issues. And what it is recognizing is what an excellent job our city and our residents did in planting, and stewarding our urban forest. So you can see how all of these sort of link together, and how we're dealing with some of the challenges that happen with an urban forest, like our ice storm, and how we, even though it destroyed hundreds of park trees, our Parks and Rec department purchased and planted 128 new replacement trees, and the commendable action on behalf of our city on the invasive Mediterranean oak borer. We received special acknowledgement for that and how quickly the city staff reached out and how proactive including the plan to reduce the dispose of the infected wood. And then it also praises our tackling of the problem and smothering native vegetation, some of those problems that those invasive species create in smothering native vegetation by bringing in grazing goats, which we're proud of, and even mechanical methods to clear blackberries. So what we've done is we've planted hundreds of trees, we've removed invasive species and reforested over 6 acres. We've created an urban forest reforestation plan, and we established an arboretum in Marassi Plaza and an upper memorial park that highlights the trees with historical ties. That's pretty cool stuff, right? That's pretty cool stuff.
Thank you.
And we've got an Earth Day celebration coming up, and there will be Neighbors with Nature, and it is on which date? It is on Saturday, April 20th from 10 a.m. to 2, and then also same day, Arbor Day, Marassi or Arboretum grand opening.
Thank you. Councilor Dunwell, you mentioned the information section of our packet, and I just wanted to call attention to the legislative review that is in our packet. Normally, we have this presented by Greg Leo of the Leo Company, who is our consultant with us, and we do a lot in the state legislature, and I want to thank Greg Leo and Mark Ottenad for their work, working with Senator Woods, Representative Neron, and other people in the legislature on issues that are identified in our annual goals. And the child care work is there, a number of different things. So please take a look at that part of the packet. We've had a lot to cover tonight, so we're not going to go through it in detail. And now that brings us to the consent agenda. If the city attorney would please read the titles.
Resolution number 3110, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville adopting the residential specialty code, the plumbing specialty code, and the electrical specialty code, and repealing all prior resolutions that previously adopted a residential specialty code, plumbing specialty code, or electrical specialty code. Resolution number 3130, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing the increase of the rate agreement with Meter Readers LLC. Resolution number 3133, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing the city manager to execute a construction contract with Woodburn Construction CM/GC LLC Inc. to construct the Wilsonville Police Department interim renovations, and minutes of the March 18, 2024 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Any second?
I second.
Oh, go ahead.
Motion's been moved by Council President Aukerball, seconded by Councilor Dunwell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. That brings us to our public hearing, ordinance number 890 on first reading. Would the city attorney please read the title?
This is the first reading of ordinance number 890, an ordinance of the City of Wilsonville to adopt the 2024 Stormwater Master Plan as a sub-element to the City of Wilsonville Comprehensive Plan and the Stormwater Capital Improvement Project List.
Thank you. Tonight, we will have a public hearing to consider on first reading ordinance number 890, and this comes to us as a recommendation from the Planning Commission. The order of procedure for tonight's hearing is set out in detail in our city code. In brief, we will start with a staff report. Next, the public will be asked to provide testimony. I will ask everyone who signed up in advance to testify first in the order in which they signed up. Then I will ask if anyone present in council chambers would like to testify. And then I will ask anyone who is on the Zoom meeting who has not testified but would like to testify to do so. After each person testifies, councilors may pose questions to me to be addressed by the person who testified or to staff to clarify any information that was conveyed in the testimony. Once the City Council has heard from everyone and the City Council is satisfied, it has all the information it needs to render a decision, the public hearing will be closed. Council deliberates and I will announce the result. We wish to hear from everyone who wants to testify. However, we request that you refrain from repeating testimony already given by someone else. If you agree with what someone before you has said, but you want to ensure you have legal standing in the public record, please provide your testimony indicating that you concur with what has previously been said. Public testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. We will time the testimony and provide you with a visual warning when there is 1 minute remaining. Since this is a legal process for considering a land use decision, we need you to state your name and address for the public record. The public hearing is now open. Will you please read the staff report?
Sure. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. So this is, yes, the public hearing for the Stormwater Master Plan update. My name's Carrie Rappel, the city's Natural Resources Manager, and with me here tonight is Angela Whalen. She's with Brown & Caldwell, the consultant, and her team that worked on the project. So we're going to try to keep this kind of brief tonight because I know you've had a very busy night already, so we'll try to go through this as quickly as possible. So as it was mentioned, this is ordinance number 890, and it's a sub-element of the comprehensive plan and also includes the stormwater capital project list. And so we're seeking a recommendation of approval by the City Council. Tonight we'll just go through some of these items that you've seen before in previous work sessions. We'll talk a little bit about, what we did in terms of public outreach, the process for developing the plan, those really important regulatory drivers that affected what you see in terms of the plan, and then the capital project and program overview, that really important piece about how do we go out and implement the plan in the community, and then what next steps we'll be following. So way back in 2021, we did some outreach with the community, primarily through the Let's Talk Wilsonville site, but also with Boone's Ferry Messenger. We had a really good turnout in terms of the participants, and overall there was just a very favorable impression of how we're managing stormwater within the community. We're very fortunate to have really few problem areas within the city that kind of rise to a level where people are really concerned about it over time. So we'd like to keep it that way in terms of what we're doing with our master planning and our management of stormwater. So I'm going to hand it over to Angela now.
Okay, thank you. So, good evening. I know that you've seen some of these slides before, but this project has been conducted over about a 3-year period. And during the project, we wanted to recognize that the likelihood of getting projects implemented is really dependent on identifying those project needs up front and making sure that those are evaluated and continually reviewed as part of the master planning process. The process started with an upfront needs assessment where we solicited input from both the public stakeholders as well as internal city staff from Public Works and from engineering to identify those areas where they've had recurring maintenance or inspection needs. Those problem areas then informed the technical evaluations that were conducted as part of the master plan, including hydrologic and hydraulic modeling, in-stream assessment and field visits, as well as a water quality retrofit and water quality retrofit evaluations, adding water quality where water quality wasn't already included in the city's infrastructure. Through those technical evaluations, we identified a series of what we called project opportunities, and those project opportunities translated into both costed out project needs as well as program needs. We're in the final stages right now where we've prepared all of the documentation, the staffing analyses and prioritization to inform the information in front of you this evening. As Carrie mentioned, this master planning process presented a unique opportunity to leverage regulatory requirements associated with the city's municipal stormwater permit, as well as regulatory requirements associated with implementing their total maximum daily load implementation plan. So we were able to leverage those deliverables into project needs identified in the master plan itself. So through those technical evaluations, we ultimately identified approximately 47 project opportunity areas, and those areas are all documented in the master plan document itself. Through a series of workshops with city staff, we categorized those project opportunities into locations that would benefit from a project, so a conceptual design and costed project that was included in your capital improvement project list. There were a few areas that would benefit from having more of an annual funding mechanism, such as a program, so those were identified separately. And then the other projects that were not specifically conceptually designed or costed as part of the capital improvement project list are still memorialized in the plan as a future unfunded project need at this time. So the capital projects represent a one-time cost need. There were 15 capital projects that were conceptually designed and costed, and those represent a total of 20 separately phased projects. Each of those capital projects has a fact sheet with graphics and a summary and a map included in the master plan, as well as a detailed cost estimate. There were also 6 program needs, so these represent annual funding items. I wanted to bring your attention to P4, which is the Charbonneau repair and replacement, because that is probably the costliest program identified. Just mention that that program represents a continuation of the 2014 consolidated Charbonneau improvement program, which has been implemented since 2014 and currently in the capital budget. But we wanted to make sure and document that as a continuing project need in the duration of this 20-year stormwater master plan list. So in summary, there is approximately $70 million of capital projects identified in the stormwater master plan. There's also the addition of those annual program costs that we talked about. And through all of the planning work, we recognize that implementation of these capital projects is going to require some additional staffing resources, as well as ongoing maintenance of the additional assets that are added as part of those capital projects. So we did a staffing analysis towards the end of the master planning process to identify the needed public works and engineering staff.
So just to wrap up, so we had a public hearing before the Planning Commission on March 13th. Had a good discussion with the commissioners. The one comment that we needed to address within the master plan was one of the commissioners felt it would be beneficial within the capital project list to make it clear how it really relates to the problems that were identified and what are the basically, the cost that would be entailed if we don't deal with these projects. So what we did was just to go back into table ES1, which is in the executive summary, and then table 7.1, which is in section 7, and just made it clear within the footnotes that, it references back to like the problem areas to more description that's within the fact sheets and basically provides the basis for, why we have to do these projects and what are the consequences if we don't do these projects. And then we received a unanimous recommendation from the Planning Commission for adoption by the City Council. So just to wrap up, what we wanted to do too, what's available right now on the Let's Talk Stormwater site is a follow-up survey, and it kind of replicates in many ways the initial survey, but there's some additional information there. And we also give people an opportunity to seek out, answers if they have particular questions. So we're going to leave that survey up until April 15th, which is the City Council's second reading for the Stormwater Master Plan. And then as it's listed here, we'll be doing that second meeting in April. And then you've probably heard about this already.
I smell something.
Yeah.
Like smoke. What is it?
Like smoke?
Okay, I do too. So I don't know the answer to that.
I'm gonna go look. If there's anything alarming, I'll be back.
Dan Carlson still here?
Or if we hear an alarm, yeah. Yeah.
It's getting really strong.
I do. Should we recess the meeting?
Probably.
Let's recess, the meeting is recessed.
Okay.
Like grass burning.
Oh. Should go
So just as a note, make sure that you don't talk about anything that is currently pending or on the agenda while we go.
All right, so 10 minutes you said, Mayor?
10 minutes,
Okay.
maybe less.
The smell that comes like.
Break, right?
I will reconvene the meeting of the Wilsonville City Council, and I do want to say that the reason we had a recess is there was, for some reason, a flow of smoky air into the city hall, and it wasn't that obvious what it was, and so we took a break and have had Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue assure us that it's fine. Anything to add, City Manager Cosgrove?
That's about what they said.
Okay, thank you.
They said call us back if it.
We'll count our blessings. So we'll resume the Stormwater Master Plan presentation.
We were just about done. So the last item I was going to mention is that coming before you this year will be the rate study that's associated not only with this master plan, but with the wastewater treatment plant master plan. And so you'll be hearing a lot more about that within, this year. And we're just in the process of actually trying to select a consultant for that project. So that wraps up our presentation tonight.
Thank you. So I'll go back to my guide here for our public hearing. The public hearing is, did I do this?
Yeah, you're on questions, Mayor, for...
I'm still, oh yes, we're still up here. So, did I read the order of procedure?
Yes.
I don't remember where I left it.
Yeah, you've convened the public hearing, you've had the staff presentation, and now it's time for any questions of staff, and then you can move on to ask if there's any public testimony.
So, any questions, staff? Do you have any questions of the presenters? We covered this, go ahead.
No.
Okay. And we have no public testimony.
Anybody on Zoom wishing to testify? No testimony, Mayor.
Well, I do want to read this. I don't think, okay, I guess I did say that. We have a comment. Please, Council President Ackerville.
I'm sorry, the break. I needed just a moment to refresh my memory after that break. But you mentioned, am I allowed to go? No.
I still have muted, so the last question I have comment.
Is there any member of the public wishing to testify on Zoom or on the phone or in person? Okay. Number 5 is actually the public hearing is now open, so I'm going to do that.
You declared it open before we went to the...
I did?
The break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the public hearing is still open. And we have no public testimony. Does any counselor need anything clarified? I guess we've already covered that.
I'll ask one question.
Please.
In your presentation, thank you so much, you mentioned that there was kind of a follow-up survey or questionnaire that people could respond to as a way of, I'm assuming, gathering some additional public feedback from what's presented to us tonight. So I assume that's already been launched. Mm-hmm. And I wonder, has it gotten any traction at this point? I heard you say that any results would be presented in our next meeting with the second reading. Is that correct?
Yes. I need to, quite frankly, check with our public relations people to see if what has been posted there yet. But yeah, it did go online actually right before the Planning Commission meeting.
Okay.
Just a couple days before that.
Okay.
So we'll definitely make sure that you receive any of that feedback at the second reading.
Yeah. And then people, if they do want to go and check that out, they would go to the Let's Talk Wilsonville website, correct?
Yeah. They just enter Let's Talk Stormwater, Wilsonville Stormwater, and it'll get them right to it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Staff have anything further to add?
Well, it's just been a pleasure to work on this master plan. I feel really great about what we've been able to prepare, and I think it's going to be really important to the community over the next 20 years as we go about implementing it.
Well, thank you for all your dedication and taking it so seriously, because I agree, we're going to, there's a lot to attend to. It's very expensive. We still want to stay on top of managing the costs as much as possible.
Yeah.
Mayor, I apologize. The question is making me now question, because it's been a while since we started. Can I just get clarification from the city recorder that the public hearing was opened? Okay. Okay, thank you.
The public hearing is still open.
Mayor, may I?
Please.
Comment. I noticed in the staff report that the Planning Commission suggested edits to the project list, clarifying the consequences of not proceeding with each recommended capital project. And so that is in Exhibit B, is that correct?
Yes, we made, as I noted in the presentation, to ES1, which is in the executive summary, which is one of the tables, and then Table 7.1, those footnotes were modified to reflect that.
Okay. Thank you.
Good point. I'm going to ask, did that spark any other comments that you wanted to make?
I think I'm good, thank you, though.
Since there is no testimony forthcoming and no issues that warrant continuing, just a second here. Hearing no further questions and everyone having testified, I hereby declare the hearing closed. It's now time for the council to consider ordinance number 890 on first reading. Do I have a motion?
Go ahead.
I move to adopt ordinance number 890 on the first reading.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion to adopt ordinance number 890 on first reading has been made by Councilor Berry and seconded by Councilor Linville. Is there any discussion?
Your Honor, I just want to note that the Planning Commission held a public hearing on this plan on March 13th, and it is their recommendation to the City Council to adopt the plan without further amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Linville. And I just would confirm that we have spent a considerable amount of time at a previous meeting going through this master plan, and appreciate the staff report. So hearing no further discussion or commentary, I will call for a vote on the motion. Those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to legal business. Our city manager report?
I would not want to deprive her of her time. I'm good tonight, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You already had the fire break.
Right, there you go.
Okay. City, legal business, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So the first item on legal business tonight is with regard to the explanatory statement for ballot measure 3-609. As the council is aware, the city received challenges to the ballot titles for the two ballot measures that the council referred to voters regarding term limits. Those challenges sought to completely replace the ballot titles that council had approved with different language that was proposed by the two petitioners. A hearing on the challenges was held on March 20th before the Clackamas County Circuit Court. Those challenges were largely rejected by the court, and the city obtained very favorable outcomes, including the rejection of the proposed alternate language from the petitioners. The court did make a change to a word that appears twice in the ballot title in resolution number 3125. As a result, the explanatory statement to that ballot measure that was also in resolution number 3125 was slightly inconsistent with the ballot title language. As a reminder, the explanatory statement is not part of the ballot title, so was not part of the ballot title challenge. Given the inconsistency, I updated the explanatory statement to match the ballot title language that was approved by the court. So tonight I am asking the City Council to ratify the revised explanatory statement. If council is so inclined, a council member may make a motion to ratify the revised explanatory statement that is provided in the council packet. And I'm also happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
So, thank you. And so we can have clarifying questions for the city attorney at this point. Does anyone have a question? I do.
Okay.
So we had 2 ballot measures, and I just want to, you went through that a little quickly, maybe just restate, there was 1 word that was changed?
Right, so for resolution number 3125, that's the resolution that looks at that is referring to the voters to decide whether a 2-term city councilor could serve 2 consecutive terms as mayor, providing that opportunity. And both in the caption and in the summary, there's a place that talks about the mayoral term limits, and the court changed that to council term limits. So those are the change. It's in 2 places where 1 word was changed from mayor to council.
Thank you. And so that was number 3125.
Correct. And then in resolution number 3126, that's not the subject of the explanatory statement that's before the council today, but just to clarify, there was 2 words that the court added to the caption where it said that the ballot measure was amending the charter. The court added amends the charter term limits, and I actually stipulated to that change. I believe that made the language more clear.
Thank you. So on 3126, the change was to add the word term limits.
To the caption of the ballot title, yes.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions? No. Hearing none, do I have a motion to ratify the language of the explanatory statement for ballot measure, City of Wilsonville ballot measure 3609?
I'll move to ratify the explanatory statement ballot language for measure 3609.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion has been moved by Council President Aukervall and seconded by Councilor Dunwell. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The next item under legal business is consideration of scope of appeal proceeding for the appeal of the Development Review Board Resolution number 429 to the City Council and the procedure that the Council will follow during this appeal proceeding. The City received an appeal to a Development Review Board decision provided in the DRB Resolution number 429. The appeal is regarding the description of the current non-conforming use at the location 29400 Southwest Town Center Loop West in Wilsonville, which is where the Fry's Electronics store was operating. Pursuant to Wilsonville Code, the City Council adopts an order establishing the date and time when the council will hear the appeal, the process the council will follow when hearing the appeal, and the scope of the appeal. City staff has prepared a proposed order to that effect, which has been provided to council for its consideration. If council is so inclined, the council may make a motion adopting the order that's been provided by staff. And I'm also happy to answer any questions on that.
Any clarifying questions, council? Councilor Dunwell?
No.
Oh, sorry. I think the draft order is very detailed and clear, so I don't have any clarifying questions. Seeing no others, I will ask for a motion on the draft order.
I'll move to approve the order establishing scope of the appeal proceeding for the appeal of Development Review Board Resolution number 429 to City Council and the procedure that the City Council will follow during this appeal proceeding.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I will second the motion.
The motion has been made by Council President Akkerval and seconded by Councilor Linville. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I will let the wording speak for itself instead of reading it. It's quite late, and I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstain? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And as a final item under legal business, I wanted to touch upon a work session item that we weren't able to get to tonight. This is in regard to the legal department's work on updating the public contracting code. As Council may recall, there was some discussion about a quarterly report that the legal department would provide to the council regarding contracts that are currently being reviewed by council under our current city code, that if adopted, the updated code would no longer, those contracts would no longer be coming before council. And so what we had discussed was what would the scope of that report look like? And I offered to provide the current information that the legal department retains with regard to the contracts that we process, so council could decide what components of that information the council would find relevant. So attachment 1 to the staff report on this matter provides the information. And as you can see, there are quite a few cells of our Excel spreadsheet that we currently fill out, and there's a list of the explanation of each of the columns. So the file number, that's the file number the legal department assigns to each contract, the contract type, project name, capital improvement project number, the name of the contractor or vendor that we're using, the process date, the project manager, the department that project manager works in, the attorney who's reviewing it, the effective date of the contract, the end date of the contract, the type of pricing of the contract amount, the certificate of insurance expiration date, and when there's different components of insurance if they have additional expiration dates, that information as well. So there's quite a lot of information we retain, so really this is an opportunity for council to let me know what it would be interested in seeing in a quarterly report from this information. Or if there's other information that's not contained in here that council would be interested in having.
Council President Akkerval.
Thank you. I was curious, this was not in one of the cells that was present, but if there was just a brief summary of the project. I know there's the project name, but if there was like a one sentence or less summary of the project too. Is that something that's available readily?
That's not something that we keep in our current tracker, but that in each of these contracts, we do list out it's maybe 5 words or less that say what the service is or the product that's being procured.
Yeah, perfect.
That's something that we could include.
That'd be super. And then, of course, I think, the dates, the effective and end date. Project manager is great if we have follow-up questions. And then the contract amounts, I think, is important. Others may have thoughts too to share.
I'm just wondering why would we need to have the dates for the certificate of insurance?
No, not the certificate of insurance, but the effective date and end date for the contract. Yeah.
Right.
Mayor, I have a question.
Oh, go ahead. Not seeing it. Councilor Dunwell.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick informational question. I know that you're going through an update of the filing system and the naming conventions of everything that you're doing in the legal department right now. So will this will include any taxonomy that ties to any of these contracts, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I really like this chart, and I love how it's all organized. Under the column for attorney, it's the initials, and I'm hoping like at the bottom of your chart, you could have an asterisk and say who that is.
Okay.
Good comments. Is that helpful? Anything else?
No, that's definitely helpful, and obviously, as we're working through this and developing these quarterly reports, if there's additional information that the council finds that it needs, we can make adjustments along the way.
As we work through this. Okay.
Mayor, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
Will any of this, in this report to us, if it's electronic hyperlink?
Hyperlink to the contract, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
I'm sure we can find a way to do that, yes.
I'm thinking the reason for that would be to resolve questions before they come up, rather than us just seeing it and going, okay, now we have to call legal and find out what that is. So if we can hyperlink, it'll likely answer most of our questions.
And assuming that's reasonably easy to manage, because if not, we can call and ask.
Yes.
Yes, definitely. If
Let us know.
Yes, I can do that.
Okay. Anything else?
That is all for legal business tonight.
Brian, do you want to have another shot?
I'm still good, Mayor, thank you.
Okay. All right. The city council meeting is adjourned at 9:07 PM.